Okay, picking up where we left off, so to speak, we are back with more modded Minecraft 1.7.10 featuring Ars Magica 2 and Witchery. Now, I have a couple of goals in mind for the day. One of them is that I need to get machining started, which is provided by thermal expansion, an old staple. The funny thing about thermal expansion, way back, I don't remember which version, but it was prior to 1.7, I think. When I was first introduced to it, I didn't trust it, because I got my start on, what is it? Industrial Craft 2. I don't even know if it was Industrial Craft 2 at the time. It was just Industrial Craft as far as I knew, with the Macerator and recyclers, and eventually the GregTech update or the GregTech expansion, I should say, that made it much, much more difficult. Still haven't fixed that camera issue. But Industrial Craft is what I knew, it's what I understood, it's what I preferred. Until I started using thermal expansion, and quickly found that despite its reliance on gold, it was a much more interesting, much simpler system. I think the most casual example of that is cables. Industrial Craft cables had attenuation built into them. Cables of a certain length would lose power. You just, produce 20 energy at a generator, and if the cable was carrying that 20 energy too far, it would be 16 energy by the time it got there. Very frustrating for someone who doesn't like needless loss in their systems. Thermal expansion doesn't do that. It has its own problems, which more modern power transfer mods have designed themselves to compensate. If you ever see a mod boasting, and it is a boast, that its power cables are not tile entities, thermal expansion is why. Thermal expansion's power cables, at least this far back, they may have fixed it in more modern versions, are essentially micro batteries with a throughput limit from block to block. So that's how they manage the power transfer, by actually transferring the power to the next block, and to the next block, and to the next block, and each piece of cable has its own storage limit. This is, well, not a good thing. Because tile entities, as compared to blocks, have a much greater lag profile. So a base that is inefficiently designed with thermal expansion cables will be a lot laggier than a base, that isn't using any machines at all. Now that should be enough wood. Let's pick up our leavings and get back underground. The saplings, especially, I don't want to leave behind. For, of course, witchery reasons. Birch, in particular. So as I was saying in the beginning, we need a few things. More wood was on the list. We need to get started with machining. We need to get started with witchery. And we need to dig deeper and get into some real ores. Hang on a minute. I see. I see. Okay. Well, I just had to address something right away there. Put this stuff away. I've only just gotten started, Kaylee. Why do you ask? I've been thrown a little off guard here. Okay. Now, is this the book that tells me about rituals? I don't guess this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wide? Roughly. And this is 1, 2, so I can't go any further to the right. Minecraft is what I always return to. There's always another mod set, always new toys to play with, and different installations to experiment with. Let's see, that's 3x3. 4. 5 and 6. That is what I thought. Nope. And nope. I don't tolerate peddlers here. Seven. 8. And 9. Oh, I already have a spare stone pick. Good. I also need a decoration block. We're kind of in the era before... I think we're in the era before granite and such. Yeah, I have no idea what granite is. I guess that's why chisel used to be so big. Still is. Shouldn't say used to be. Can't exactly speak ill of the dead when it still has a very large following. But we'll cook up some stone, turn it into... Does smooth stone still exist? We got stone. Stone brick is the obvious choice. Chiseled stone brick is a thing, but it's inefficient. Oh yeah. Smooth stone doesn't exist yet, it's just stone slab. Still, that might be the block of choice. Certainly better than going... Oh. Well, that works too. again, why do that when I can just use one stone slab? But these are concerns for the near future. Kind of. I'm still curious how we even get there. Normal stone. Makes the slabs, and then the slabs make the precursor to smooth stone. So the stone I'm already cooking will be sufficient. This little room carving endeavor is also giving me access to all kinds of new ores. Well, I say new. More of the old ores, really. The purpose of this room is to create a place to put for my cauldron. The reason it's so large is because of that book page that I referenced, showing the circles around the central dot. That means I can draw chalk ritual circles around my cauldron to make its power cost more efficient. We also want these ores. And on top of that, I'm kind of running out of pick. There it goes. And there's still more work to be done. I should really be on an iron pick by now, but I'm stubborn. Alright, so we fill in the deep holes, and also the wall gaps with cobble. That'll be fine. It won't look good, but it'll be fine. And we'll leave this because I'm not really sure where all my decorations are going to go yet. I mean, I am to an extent, but this room is also not finished for secret and or cheat reasons. Okay. Let me get that book again. We'll walk through what it is I'm actually doing. So this spot here, where the torches converge, i.e. the center of the room, is where the cauldron will go. The cauldron, let me just skip all these pages, needs these circles of chalk around it. And they need to look exactly like that. So the 8 blocks right around the cauldron are not chalk blocks. And then we have 3, 3, 3, and 3 to form a circle 1 block away. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And these blocks are going to be my marker for chalk goes here. But wait, there's more. Because that's only the first ring. The second ring is 5 with a diagonal, and then 5 and a diagonal. 3, 4, 5. I'll come back and do the diagonals. From the center here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, that doesn't look right. It's not. It's that one. And we have the diagonal that connects them. I'm also going to want these ores because why waste? Nope, not there. One down. Now from the top, this looks the same as though I'd used full blocks. But they're not full blocks, which means I get twice as many of them. Which works for me. However, the funny thing about this is we are still not done. Technically. There is one more witchery trick to this room, which will require it to be expanded a bit further. Right after we get all this coal. I'm not usually one to chase coal veins, but it's still the early game. Boy, this is starting to feel like a Minecraft video where I chase this one vein all the way to the end. I'm not going to turn down a bunch of copper and tin, though. This stuff has applications. Finally, it's over. I'm free! We can leave the wall. Anyway, the secret witchery trick is that we're not using one cauldron. We're using 4. And each of them can have, and is recommended to have, this setup of chalk circles, which ends up making the floor mostly chalk. But that's perfectly fine. The reason for that is original witchery here has something of a glitch or an exploit, call it what you will, where the hitbox of each cauldron takes up its entire block. So you can stand dead center between 4 cauldrons, stare down right at the block intersection, throw an ingredient, and all 4 cauldrons register that the ingredient has fallen in, which allows you to quadruple your potion production. And I am all about ingredient efficiency. It costs a lot more chalk, but ultimately only requires the room to be 1 block wider in both dimensions. Hooray, more copper. Though it's laughable now, but it'll become critical later. How can I mark this? I don't know. So this one has its full complement of rings drawn out. You go 1 to the east. This one now requires 1, 2, 3, and then to the right, 1, 2, 3, and then south, 1, 2, 3. They can overlap like this, it's fine. And then to the north, 1, 2, 3. And then the next ring, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the diagonals, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The diagonals already placed. This was the row of 3. This needs to be a row of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that diagonal, and this diagonal, and then this gets confusing. Row of 3, row of 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That diagonal is checked off. This diagonal is checked off. I think, yes. And I'm pretty sure the end result is that this whole room basically ends up covered in chalk. Now this one needs a 3, and a 3, and a 3, and it has that 3. Then it needs 5, and I should probably just go over here. It needs this 3, then it needs this 5. And over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the diagonal. And yeah, as a shorthand, it just covers the entire room except for a corner of 3 blocks on each side. So I'll just stop carefully calculating because I see which way the wind is blowing. But this is good. This means that our eventual potion crafts will cost less altar power than they ordinarily would. And it means we have a whole lot of space to work with. I mean, not really, floor space is all consumed by chalk. But it means we can cut more wall space out and place important machines in this room. Like the incredibly critical Witch's Oven, which I think I'm gonna put right here. Yeah, it's about that big. I would like to cut here too, but that is where my farm is. I mean, I could cut 1 block into that wall, but I'm not going to. So in order to actually get witchery off the ground, we're going to need a Witch's Oven. Can't do a thing without the oven. That is this block. It's made from iron, not a whole lot of iron. I don't really have a whole lot of iron, so that works for me. There's the oven. In addition to the oven, we can have fume funnels. They are a bit more expensive, but they make the oven more efficient. You know, just slightly more expensive, including nether materials, so this just isn't going to happen yet. But that goes there. And I really do need an iron pick, just to have one on hand. Because it's time to really go digging. In particular, we're going to need gold and silver, because... Oh, where's my brain going? Because thermal expansion can't get off the ground without gold and silver. I'm also going to need a room underneath this one, because the witch's altar has to go somewhere. I just have a lot of ephemeral plans going on in my head that are really nowhere near completion yet. Right. We also need clay jars. Tons of clay jars, which need to be fired. Witchery relies very, very heavily on those clay jars. To the point where I'm going to need a whole storage system just to store them. I mean, what else would one do with a storage system? I'm kind of doubling my words here. I also still need a dedicated mine somewhere. And I did say I need a room under this one, so maybe we could just continue the ladder down. I don't know. Maybe the play for now is just to go find one of those convenient nearby caves and begin plundering it. Though I might want more than 4 bread to do that with. I've also mentioned that we absolutely need a larger farming area. Because this is not going to cut it if I'm going to be experimenting with agricraft crops. Especially things like potatoes and carrots, which I would like to have a better food source than bread. That's a blizz. Or is it a blitz? I don't know. Either way, I've got to get it. That's a blitz. All the same, it's got to go. Thermal expansion adds these elementals to the overworld. Blizz, blitz, and basols. Air, ice, and earth. They're kind of irritating, but they provide some very powerful reagents. Now let's see here. Make sure I get some distance from the cactus. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Water. And then square it up. This side too. This is going to involve a little bit more effort. I thought I heard something. You are not putting holes in my farm. There goes the hole. Unfortunate, but inevitable. Noon. It's so weird. It's always been this way. Whenever the sun is directly overhead, it gets slightly dimmer. So it feels like it's a lot later in the day than it is. Anyway, potatoes down. Give them a little space. Carrots down. I also want to get agricraft stuff going, but that's going to be a while. We can also harvest our cactus. And plan to expand. Jars are coming along, they go in here. So, back to what I was planning to do to begin with, which was find a cave I can turn into a mine shaft. think this crevice will do. We'll start with you. That's a great start. I thought I could get out of the blast radius, but he somehow found a speed boost. No matter. Into the deeping depths we go. Pushing back the darkness, we find another exit. I should also grab some of this blue topaz. It's an Ars Magica resource. Chimerite too. Chimerite is one of those resources where you don't need it for a long, long time, and then when you do need it, you suddenly need absolute tons of it. Or at least it used to be that way. I say used to be. I mean is going to be, because that used to be is in the future. Playing legacy versions of mods is weird. How does language work anyway? No matter. We are collecting things. Collecting things back in the olden days where cave exploring was easy. Before they changed the ore spawning engine to make it so ores were less likely to spawn if they were exposed to air. You may notice that I'm favoring my stone pickaxe and switching to the iron only when necessary for ores that won't drop if they're mined by less than iron. This is because I hate wasting resources. Stone is plentiful, iron not so much. Technically, there are alternatives. But I don't remember them well enough to trust them just yet. I think that's it for this cave. Which means we go back to our entrance. It's getting dark, so good time for it. And find where we're going to just start drilling. We don't want to drill towards home, so we'll drill here. I'll do my usual, which is a 5-block tall staircase, so there's room to come in here with actual stairs in the future. Shame in that is that this was before stone cutters, so making stairs is terribly inefficient. They're still worth it though. Let's see, one, two, three, and then a diagonal torch there. Is that enough? That's enough. I try to stretch my torches as thin as possible. You'd think this would mean I would calculate the distance between torches and count, but no. I do not, in fact, do that, even though it would be very smart to do so. We'll glue those together. When combining identical items like that, you add their durability together, and there's a small hidden bonus of extra durability that no one tells you about. So it allows you to stretch your resources just that little bit further. And that was 4. No, it's still 5. Back when there were pockets of dirt underground. I think all the underground soil pockets are now gravel in modern Minecraft. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, and then one over there at head level. It's kind of a formula. Ish. Formula adjacent. Formuloid. This should be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. It's actually 4. And then head level. I'm hearing lava. There is a lava pocket. Oh, it could be anywhere, frankly. It sounds like it's off to the right. It could also be directly below. But that's one of the reasons I dig any staircase shape, and not straight down. Never dig straight down. 1, 2, 3, torch. Starting to see it on the minimap now. It looks like it was on our right. Glue these together. For that small durability profit. I have not seen hardly anything for ores down here yet. Usually I'd expect to bump into a mine shaft by now. It used to be I couldn't approach this depth without hitting at least 3 mine shafts. All the way down to Y5, which is honestly too low. Yep, there we are. Bedrock. We are, in fact, too low. This would be great if I were playing Embers. Diamond ore is best found at... Looks like Y8 is right in the middle. They say Y11. But it looks like it's all the same. All the way up to 16. Well, we're at Y11. So let's go hunting for perfect. Already got one. A small diamond pocket is not enough. We still need gold, redstone, and other things to get our machining career off the ground. Oh, another one already. I've just been digging in a straight line. And gold. Couldn't have asked for better. Well, we could ask for redstone too. Let's not be greedy. That's pretty good for one vein. And that's iron. Well, nothing wrong with more iron. Especially considering our witchery fume filters require blocks of it. Aha! And redstone. There can't just be the two. There's gotta be more somewhere in this area. Whoops. No, just the 2 redstone blocks. For shame, I expected more. It might be time to move up to using the iron pickaxe more seriously. And getting rid of our reliance on stone. Or one of those renewable alternatives. So I know I have some kind of repairable or renewable pickaxe in this mod pack. I try not to assemble a pack without one. Previously that need was filled with Botania, but I've never been a fan of Botania. And I just decided I didn't need my everything clogged up with a whole nother chest's worth of colorful flowers. Looks like in the time we've spent down there, our potatoes and carrots are coming along. I need to get them to crossbreed. It also looks like I'm going to need better storage solutions for all of this. Come on, brain. All this cobble. So we've got more iron and more jars. Pretty good. We have diamonds, lots of. A diamond pickaxe should probably be on our to-do list. Let's illustrate what we're looking for. Thermal expansion. All of its machines include reception coils. This is how they get the power in. All of its generators use transmission coils with silver, which is how the power gets out. Silver comes from silver ore, which generates, well, 12 and higher. So we need some of that, so we can truly get our machining off the ground. I also need one of these, just to have it on hand. Once our machinery gets going, then we'll truly be able to take off. Fluid back. I forgot this was a thing. No matter. Back into the mining hole. More sticks. Lots more sticks, and we'll have some coal ready for more torches. Oh. And a couple of blocks of sand to expand our cactus empire. I am going to want to do a cactus machine eventually. Alright, this is the hole, but this is iron. Priorities. Oops. How did I miss a spot? Well, now all my torches have to go up a rank. Anyway, we were looking for more gold and silver. Silver is from 11 to 32. Gold is from 0 to 32. So if I just pick some arbitrary number roughly in the middle of that, like 20, I should find both. How about more diamond? Can I do that too? 16 down to 11. Alright, so like 14 will bring me everything I want. Oh, what a coincidence, that's where I am. And this is... I mean, it's uncomfortably close to the depth of my next shaft. But maybe everything will work out. That's tin, that doesn't really help me. Before we go too much further, what are my options? There's all the vanilla ones. There's the Survivalist's pickaxe, which is one of the renewables I was talking about. It's made of bronze, and it can be put in a carton. And I believe the cartons stack, but the cartons are made in a machine that I don't have, so that's not really an option yet. Then we have pickaxes made of pretty much everything else, including bronze again. Pay no attention to the cobalt-ite, we don't use that. Magical pickaxe from Ars Magica. And then we have this, which is a rechargeable electric pickaxe. Very powerful, but that's definitely more of a mid-game thing. Not least of which because it's made from obsidian and infused diamonds. Lots of them. A lot of melted redstone going into that particular piece of kit. Okay, now from here we'll begin truly strip mining by doing our sideways digs. Beginning here. You know, for a depth that was supposed to bring me all of the ores that I desire, it sure is showing me none of them. Oh, silver. And lead, that's important too. So it's not a total loss. I'm just digging each side tunnel until the light runs out. That is my MO right now. Which makes for an uneven strip mine, but I don't care. There's also lots of tin at this depth. Not at all what I'm after. Where is all my silver and gold anyway? This is just not working out the way I planned. There's some silver. And lead. Excellent. Silver and lead seem to just generate together. All the time. Some other mods combine silver and lead into the same ore, and you have to use a special machine to split them. Ooh, lapis. Double lapis. Interesting find. And iron and coal for more torches. It looks like the coal vein generated first, then an iron vein generated right in the middle of it, replacing some of the coal. I didn't know that could happen. How dare. How very dare. We back up yet? Arguably, though that's probably going to cause a split in the stream, and I'll have to splice them together again. It's such a pain always. But, no matter. It is what it is. There's really nothing I can do about the technical difficulties besides cope. Besides, I'm not exactly recording a reel right now. We're just drilling for various materials in the depths of the earth. In a compilation, this part would be cut. Is there anything I missed? No, I think that's the whole vein up there. It doesn't look like it's too dark, or dark enough to spawn things, but I'm just going to throw another torch down just in case. Because it looked uncomfortably dim. And then we get more lapis. Our equipment looks like it's in decent enough shape, so now we'll go the other way. This way will be problematic, and that's why. But, from the looks of the ores, it's worth it. More lead, tin, and silver. And plenty of. Still very light on gold, though, so we are nowhere near done yet. Also, let me just dig this to get it out of my vision. Don't make me chase you. Okay. Strange ore vein exhausted. That Vintium is also kind of important stuff, but that's another one of those we'll see later things. Oh, here I am wondering why it suddenly got brighter, completely forgetting that I have a whole second mine shaft underneath. I was just going to walk straight off into empty space there. Come on, where's the gold? I need at least 1 gold vein so I can have 8 and smelt that and start making machinery. Definitely like the redstone now, that is welcome. It is weird though that it's only appearing in 2s. Redstone veins are supposed to be full. So we got plenty of lead and silver, but no gold. Which makes this particular strip mine useful, but not exactly stellar. Okay, so I'm going to have to come down here to this level and break this out a little further. Though not directly underneath where those shafts already are. Vintium's a good find. Again, that's a we'll deal with it later mineral. Vintium's a weird one, because it has a completely different demand curve. Vintium is a material that you don't need at all until you need tons of it, and then you start having a way to produce it essentially for free. Oh, Ferris. Hey there, doing alright, thank you for the follow. Plenty of redstone. Redstone double vein. Although this is single player. I've made my own custom mod pack. We're just exploring some of the mods of Minecraft's history. should have my schedule publicly posted. It is noon to anywhere from 3 to 5 I could cut off, and it's every day but Tuesday, with some exceptions. But every day but Tuesday is the plan. That's a little invasive. I'm not going to answer that. I'll just say that I got it from Best Buy at least 15 years ago, so it's not exactly the greatest machine. Yep, another Pentium. Still not seeing a single scrap of gold, which is beginning to frustrate me. Oh, yeah, I should have expected that. And goodbye. I do not tolerate art spammers here. If you want to become part of the community and help me along, that's fine. If you're here just to give a sales pitch, you're not going to last long. Where is all the gold? Am I at the wrong altitude? Whoa. We're full on cobblestone. I'm going to go back anyway. Although this is plenty of cobblestone to start making my stairs with. The stairs will make this shaft easier to traverse, and will allow us to burn a whole ton of this cobblestone nonsense. Hello, zombie. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to get back home. We can also expand the cactus. Okay. Stairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks of cobblestone makes 4 stairs. We are removing a quarter block of stone from the stone, and we get less. It's ridiculous. But this is the era before the stonecutter. Pretty sure. Right? Yeah, stonecutter doesn't exist yet. Okay, we drop off all of our resources. Re-up our torch supply. Drop off all these spare blocks. I need to do something about this cobblestone situation. Storage drawers needs to come online. And I'm running out of pick, which is unacceptable. I'm also completely out of food. Equally unacceptable. You know what we'll do about that? We'll cook some pork chops at accelerated speed. I'm not using the clay jars because I don't want the foul fumes right now. We also have another whole 2 stairs in here. I'll take those as well. I guess 4 will be fine for now. What do packs take? Not the big one. I don't think I have enough string. These packs would be amazing. But yeah, I don't have the string. Back to the dig site. Past this guy. Out of my way. I don't even want to deal with your rotten flesh. Now, where is gold, and why aren't I seeing it? From 0 to 31. And it's 0.19% generation chance all through that range. So why aren't I seeing any? Why aren't I seeing any? I forgot to have my light visualizer on. Turned it off because it's ugly on the surface. We're getting ample redstone, which is good considering we'll have to melt tons of it later. But the lack of gold continues to be a serious concern. Aha! Got some. Only 2. And there's no more of it hiding deeper in. Why am I digging too high? I guess the truth is that gold is just generally lower down. So we'll go down another 3 blocks. And continue on cracking. And as terribly hideous as this strip mine is, its shape will be useful once we start getting witchery online. About to lose my iron pick again. I guess that's okay. It's built to be destroyed. Still not happy about it. What tools are sadly ablative? At least in the early phases. We are still very early. Although, to be fair, there is another possible alternative that could get me off of tools entirely. But for that, I would need to change focus and cut some more space. More lead, iron, silver. Great to have, but they're becoming tiresome. I want my gold. Whoops. Kinda need that light there. Dry spells like this is why I usually install Finder Compass. It's a very lightweight atomic striker mod. A little janky, but it does its job. And its job is to point out vanilla ores that are nearby. It's just a modification to the vanilla compass that puts additional pointers on it that you can use to point out nearby chests, nearby basic ores. It can be set for iron and coal, it can be set for precious gems, which of course includes diamonds and emeralds. And it can be set for precious metals, which is gold and lapis kind of category. But I decided not to install that this time, and I'm honestly regretting it. Because I need gold, and it's just not happening. It's getting hard to tell which way is the exit. I have Swiss cheesed this entire region. For no gold. Well, 2 gold. Not exactly worth mentioning. trouble is becoming a problem again. Gravel. Arguably a happy accident. I will need flint for witchery applications. Gravel itself. Where is it? Here. Gravel itself doesn't do a whole lot. Oh, I guess I could create netherrack if I had... Yeah, that's not happening. Yeah. Gravel itself, not super useful. Flint, though. Flint has many applications. Shame that I'm mostly getting the gravel here. I wanted a greater weighting of flint. If I was using Tinker's Construct, the gravel would be great because I can make grout with it. But we did not install that either. Dug out this whole gravel pocket, didn't find any more ores. But hey, 10 flint, I guess, is going to have to be its own reward. Now, let's stairway all the way back up to the surface. The main advantage of the stairway is not simply vanity. Fact is, jumping incurs a food cost, and having to jump up every single block is just plain not good on your food value. So the more I can make this a smooth walk back home, the more I'll be saving on food every time we come to and fro the mine. home is that way. So it would behoove me to make a more convenient access way. And make sure that access way is adequately well lit. So I know which damn way I'm going. Also illuminate the farm. I'm just claiming territory at this point. Hello? Oh, double hello. That's bad. Alright, now it's isolated to one of them, which makes this easier. A 1 and a 2. Do the same thing with this guy. And there's a third one. At least they separated. That's a lot harder to do when the creepers come in a pack. One of the unwritten rules of Minecraft, there's always more creepers than you think there are. Alright, ores and ores and ores and flint. I guess potato seeds technically. Ventium. Blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks. And blocks and blocks and blocks. And we still have more stairs. It is definitely time to storage drawers some things, though. I simply cannot keep going with all this cobblestone just clogging things up. That's still not enough gold. I need 2 more gold before I can smelt any of it. And we need to get some of these drawers online, which is going to cost lots of wood. I'll just make a bunch of chests to be ready. We'll start with 2. Doesn't interfere with the chest being opened. The first one is going to be cobblestone. There you go. All the cobblestone you can eat. Now I have room in this chest again. Alright, I was cooking more pork chops. We'll take those. Diamond pickaxe is nearly toast. Not allowed. I think it's time to try and get into Ars Magica 2. So we have a forward, Mythion, as always, using the compendium. Just click on stuff basically. It's got the UI, which you can tweak a little bit. For your first spell, create an Oculus. Unlock a shape and a component. You start with 3 blue skill points. Don't blow them, because it's possible to lock yourself out of making anything useful. Then you need an inscription table. A few recommended spells. It doesn't actually have any recommended spells, it just recommends you take a shape and a component. And if you fail to do this, go looking for infinity orbs to get more skill points. Try to fight a boss with no magic. This is a brilliant idea, let me tell you. Or you can slash respec to unfuck yourself, basically. Burnout, enchantments, level mana, warding candle, various things. We need an Oculus. The Oculus is made with glass, coal, blue topaz, and stone brick. We need more stone brick. That was glass, 2 coal, 1 of these, and 3 stone bricks, which is 3 stone, but I need 4 stone to make the brick. Let's also just grab these, because I can. In fact, we are just going to be doing some waiting. So, why not attempt a little bit of crossbreeding while we are down here burning time. Already some sugarcane. Already some weeds. This needs to be clipped so I can expand it. The sugarcane is ready. But this thing needs some clippings, so I can try and plant it here. There we go. These can be destroyed. That's growing. That's growing. Nothing's happening over there. These I need to analyze. Still nothing happening in the Mandrake Pit. Uh-oh. The unidentified seeds stacked. That's not a good sign. 242. That's an improvement. That is an improvement. I think these are weeds. They are. Can't have that. I could move this whole operation upstairs. That way I don't have crops and crop sticks happening in 2 places. And I probably should really do that. I'll see more sticks. So I can have more crop sticks. Lots more crop sticks. Behold, the sheer ridiculous amount of sticks that we have going. I have to keep checking for weeds. There is simply a limited amount of time that we can decide not to pay attention. Because if the weeds take over, that's it for the garden. Or at least that's it for one of the crops. Okay. Okay. And nothing happening over there. So we can analyze our wheat. We can analyze our wake bloom. And the only one I still have to worry about is the mandrake. Nobody else has any threat of weeds. Alright, so our old wheat is 1s and 2s. Here we have a 2-3-2 and a 3-3-3. I'm going to take 3s, destroy all the rest, and use clippings to spread that one out. Here we have 5-5-4, 5-6-4, and weaker ones. So I guess just the 5-6-4, destroy the rest, and use clippings to expand. How are we doing over here? Still nothing. There's our wheat. There's our wake bloom. Those will have to grow so we can clip them. Pretty much everything else on the top row of my inventory needs to be thrown into a cactus. Don't need the clippers. Still might need crop sticks. Not this many crop sticks. But we could still need crop sticks. You go into the cactus. Also a good time to harvest the cactus. And how about them weeds? Still nothing happening over there. Wait a second. That would be because these two plants are not fully grown. So they cannot actually spread. And that was a waste of time to begin with. Pity. Anyway, we now have Oculus. We have 3 blue skill points. What I really need to get off the ground is touch dig. We've got to get to dig. Light would be nice too. That would save on torches. The trouble with light is I'm pretty sure it requires glowstone blocks to create that spell. Another nice one would be to go projectile into dig. That's 1, 2, 3 points. There's also the self shape, but there's not a lot that's attractive. And I'm also fairly sure regeneration and heal require nether materials, like potions. So, good stuff, just not early on. So I guess that's our play. Touch, dig, and then... I mean, there's potential in Feather Touch. But I think Light is the more powerful move. And then we can get Projectile at our next opportunity and improve everything. Or, actually, can I read up on Light? Blocks, shapes, components. Light. White rune, Cereblossom, a torch, and a Vintium torch. So, no glowstone required. Dig is just a couple of iron tools and an orange rune. So yeah, we can take light. Light is fine. So that is the first step in making magic. Unlocking those components gets us very slightly closer to actually being able to use spells. Very slightly. The next step is the inscription table. Which, do I have feathers? I have a feather. I have some sugarcane. We'll harvest a little, because we're going to need paper. A scroll, or a spell parchment rather, is just paper and sticks. More wood. Let's make a few just to be ready. It also requires a torch and a bunch of wood. Simple stuff. Doesn't go there. Right down, then this, and the feather, and the torch. Inscription table. The inscription table has upgrades. These aren't super impressive. I mean, they unlock additional functions, but the functions aren't incredibly important. We could do it anyway, though. That was string and a book, which means more paper than we have, so that's not gonna happen yet. Also, is it night? It's night. Let me try and harvest some of these things. Oh no. It's alive. You see now why I put a wall on. That one's alive too. Well, they don't do any damage. They just cause nausea and sprint around like crazy. And that is why that section of farm is walled off. Because chasing these things all over the base would be really irritating. That's not where that goes. That goes here. Also harvest some of my other witchy stuff. We have the potential for more belladonna. Snowbell, lots of seeds there, that's nice. Wolfsbane, garlic. This part of the garden definitely needs more space dedicated to it. Need more paper. Or just a book. I thought they had books. I do have a book. That makes that part easier. So that's just book, feather, ink sac, string to make the tier 1 upgrade. The tier 2 upgrade is a book, a carpet, and chalk. We'll ignore that for now. Alright then. Step 2 of Ars Magica 2 is failing to put down an inscription table. There we go. With an upgrade. I think I need a book and quill now. So I am still stuck on that book situation. Unless I go back to the village. Still have my camera in my face here. Really don't know what to do about that. But we're going to come pay the village a visit and tear apart their library. I already broke one of their bookshelves. What's a few more? Hello. What are you doing? Selling bookshelves. You are no good to me. Give me all your books. Nothing in here I need to take, that's all copies. You are selling poppies at an exorbitant price. That's insane. You are out of your mind. Take that other set of boots now. And the chest. Maybe the boots will be useful. I mean, my existing boots can't last forever. Maybe we steal the bees now, too. It could be time to steal the bees. What's in here? The apothecary that we already robbed. That's fine. Leave him alone. Is that in the library? It is. More books for me. That is just a witch. Excuse me. Death. That's a lot of creepers. This is a creeper pack. Why are there 5 of them? And a skeleton. Leave the creepers in the dust. I want no part of that. But I was after this house. Take these combs. This grafter is valuable. The creeper's just wandering around, but this is fenced off, so this is safe. I'm going to take the bees and the frames and the apiaries themselves. Now I have bees. Oh, and I have more books too. 3 libraries in one town. That's almost a stack of books. We're in good shape on books. Now if I just have the feathers to match. Speaking of feathers, we are going to need to make a small chicken farm. Which is a very loud and annoying thing to make. I don't know where I'm going to put it, but probably up here on the surface where I don't have to listen to it. I think we may need another chest. For bees and forestry things. Then I got that, some boots, another witch hand. The witch hand situation will get ridiculous. I need one of them, but we're gonna have tons. Feather and ink makes me a book and quill. And what we do with that is I'm going to make a spell that is touch in the first shape slot and dig as its effect. Very straightforward name. Apply the book and quill. This creates the spell recipe. Now we have a spell recipe for touch, dig. Materials list. Blank rune, Ventium, featherfish clay, which featherfish clay is just what you need for a touch spell. Orange rune, iron shovel, iron pick, and a spell parchment. What is this list of ingredients good for? How does it work? For that, we need another structure. Spell creation, Oculus inscription table, crafting altar structure. When Ethereum is required, So I need a crafting structure. Unfortunately, it's not going to tell me how to build that. Not yet, anyway. I may need to smelt some Ventium. We're also going to need some fish, which is going to be more... Actually, no, this is enough string to make a fishing rod. So I need to go fishing. We need more string just in general. I wouldn't mind automating fishing, but that is again gated behind gold. And where's the Ventium? 7. Again. Not enough. It has to be smelted. Or pulverized, I guess, which is again gated behind gold. So we need more gold before I can even get to this part. What a pain. I guess I can go fishing. That is at least not a waste of time. This is old Minecraft fishing. I believe the bobber dips, and that is your only cue. There's no bubbling particles, there's no bubble trail that runs to the bobber. Or is there, and I just messed it up? There is bubbling. And there is a particle trail. And that's my fish. Chicken did not even drop a feather. Also, it's getting very dark. It apparently took me about a quarter of the day to catch that one fish. I may need to go get those ink sacs and those squid too. First, we need this fish. Oh, come on, I saw it dip. Why does the bobber dip and give me nothing? Another case of no feather. You know, as much as I dislike Botania, it does make chickens passively shed feathers, thus partially solving the feather problem. Ink sac is loot, up here is food, and the fish is now a spell component, but it's still technically food. That aside, we need to get back into the mines with our very much inferior toolset. Maybe rather than the mines, we go hunting, because I need string. The only way we're getting string is by killing spiders. Aha! Death to you. That is a creeper in poison. He can have a nice day. Hello, spiders. Where are spiders? I see one. I mean, not see, but it's on the minimap. Now I see. You there. Give me your string. He said no. Give me string. Immediately. Thank you. I think it's also getting into the time where I need to start worrying about these bright white trees. It's good to have an in on Witchwood, since I'm considering the crafting of a spellmaking altar. Unfortunately, because the mod hasn't chosen to share that information with me yet, I can't show you why this is useful. I am going to have to tear apart every part of this tree, because witchwoods generate weird. They can have logs in strange places, so the leaves don't entirely decay. Like here. I just want this whole tree canopy to, there we go, witchwood sapling. Witchwood saplings are very peculiar. If you just plant it in the ground and walk away, it'll never grow. The growth of witchwood saplings is conditional. You need to have pools of, I believe liquid essence is what it's called, nearby. And I have done nothing whatsoever to collect any of that. So I'll need to get a bunch of that on hand. And I think the play there will be to get into pressure pipes. Pressure pipes is an excellent fluid management mod. Alright, goodbye to that log. I'll pick that one up later. But back on the subject of witchwood trees. Witchwoods are extremely valuable in Ars Magica. Think of them like Thaumcraft silverwoods. They are considered a magical tree. Their saplings are extremely valuable and don't drop very often, so scarcity drives their value there. Only they're even more finicky to try and grow, because they require that magic fluid near them. Fortunately, they're really hard to miss on the minimap, being, you know, stark white and all. Another property of witchwood is that it is ugly. Possibly the worst wood texture I've ever seen in my life. The logs aren't that terrible. Could be worse. But the colorful striping on the planks is frankly hideous. It is maybe the only wood I hate more than acacia. Unfortunately, ugly or not, it is magically reactive, so I may need to use it if I don't find anything better. This whole area needs to come down, so the witchwood leaves don't have any log blocks to hang on to. Because all the witchwood needs to be destroyed. All of it. I need whatever saplings may be hiding in these leaves. A better answer would be like a fortune tool, but that's kind of out of my hands right now. The good news is we got all of it. No lurking logs in the sky. I guess 2 saplings is going to have to be satisfactory. I don't see any way that we'll get another one out of this. Was that one? Did I just see something fall? I did. That's a 3rd sapling. And these are like oak and birch saplings, which, you know, still good. Don't knock it. A 4th witchwood sapling. That is better than I could have hoped. Okay, let's take this bounty back home. This is definitely loot adjacent. Good stuff. We got witchwood, another flower, another seed, 1 whole piece of string, some wood, and some plants. Not an amazing haul, but, you know, I'll take it. Did harvesting the witchwood tell me anything new? Run out enchantments. Warding candle. Warding candle. It's a candle. Is a moving source of light that can be attuned to a specific block, which allows you to find ores. A warding candle will burn for 15 minutes. Don't you believe it? They do not last that long. Vintium ore. It is an ore magic dust, pretty much. Very valuable. Witchwood saplings. They need to have liquid Ethereum pools within 1 block and below them, so basically dig a trench around the sapling. And even if all 8 blocks have liquid Ethereum, it can take a long time to grow. Once it grows, it can cause alum to spontaneously grow nearby as well. Very important stuff. There we are. Also see crafting altar. Component of a multi-block structure, which I would love to be able to click through, but that doesn't work. But the crafting altar block is stone and Vintium dust, and we don't have enough Vintium dust to get that started. Need 1 more Vintium ore before we do that. So we are still digging. Though I can clipper these and spread them. We'll just chop you. And chop you. Wake bloom planted. Wheat planted. First clipping. No finagling or fighting needed. Destroy the clippings. Back into the digging hole we go. Still need gold. At least we've made the whole experience somewhat more comfortable. I can't believe this whole zone was a complete bust. We are pretty much at bedrock level, just a couple of levels above it. So there's no reason for this to be a waste of time. Excuse me. This shouldn't be a level down. So far, we are failing pretty much every objective that I stated that we'd set out to do today. And I dug the cauldron room. That's about it. I guess we'll have to call that our win for the day. Because the terrain generation algorithm is not giving us gold. Where's my path? Here it is. Oh, the redstone is nice. Don't get me wrong there. But without gold, we can't do a thing with it. have more diamonds than gold, which is absurd. Well, we did accomplish a truly prodigious strip mine. So I can say, if nothing else, that we have carved a serious wound into the earth. To do so without finding any caves is certainly weird. But here we are. I guess the only thing to do now is start mining the other side. What would be funny here is if I really did have Finder Compass installed after all. I just haven't tried to use it. Compasses do have a few uses, so I can justify making one. Especially with all this spare redstone kicking around. There's almost no excuse not to try. So let's rush back topside. See if I can make a finder compass. Or make a compass and see if it works as a finder compass. And if not, then we've wasted very little. Keep 1 redstone. Take 4 iron. Put away all our copper. And attempt compass. I do not have Finder Compass installed. With Finder Compass, you can left-click with a compass to change its setting, and it'll get additional pointers on it, pointing to valuable items. So now I just have a rubbish compass. I'm getting to the point where I'm tempted to just do the gold, even though I'm too short. Same with the Ventium. Yeah. I can't keep waiting around. We will go ahead and waste a tiny bit of coal. It also behooves me to make a rune bag. I don't quite have the leather for that. Animal resources are always such a pain. Eggs, feathers, leather. Leather especially. Like, leather is supposed to be the first armor you make. It's weaker than iron. But it's so much easier to make iron armor than leather. Alright, we're gonna do this. Give me these. How many more saplings do I have? I have spare oak saplings, so it's fine. Put in the jars, burn a stack of oak saplings. Just the whole stack. We have Ventium. We have gold. With this piece of stone, we have our crafting altar block. Do I have to pick? Apparently I have to pick it up to get the entry. Crafting altar. Multi-block structure. Doesn't tell us about the structure. Obelisk. With stone, chiseled stone, and Ventium. We can make the obelisk, which is a power block. Also see black rune obelisk. Why does it not also see, the structure? Gaining magic levels. Cast spells. Runes. This rune bag, which holds runes. There are runes of every color, which is just a blank rune, and a die. Blank runes are made with cobble. Otherworldly Otherworldly Aura. I can't believe it's telling me about this, but it won't tell me about the crafting altar structure. Otherworldly Aura, sorry, is a shadow copy of yourself that requires a crafting altar, dark or neutral Ethereum, so the power, the Transplace spell, and Inert Spawner, figure that one out, inventories, and it maintains, what it does is it maintains a shadow of yourself and automatically crafts a spell at the altar. That's what it does. It searches nearby inventories for spell components and automatically crafts your spell for you. Particle emitters, which are just decorative blocks. Here's the illusion block, which it's also not going to tell me about. There is another kind of block that I also need to know about before we can make a spell altar. And that is Magic Wall. Stone and 2 Pentium. You get plenty of it. Does this have an entry? It sure does. Is there any more crap that I can throw down and pick up to get entries? These things I already picked up. Maybe I'm missing other plants? Ventium, that, and that, and that, and this. No new entries discovered. That didn't unlock an entry. That didn't unlock an entry. Also, I had a sneaking suspicion it was backwards. Maybe it's backwards now. Who knows? Magic Wall. Early attempt at the illusion block. It's just a wall. And it reflects spells. Which I've never really used it for that function before. Okay, where in using this compendium? New entries will shimmer. It'll have a crescent moon marking them as new. No, they don't. It's intralinking. Anything with green text can be clicked. But I can't click on... Also, I've never seen green text anywhere in the whole book. Oh, this is it. Recommended spells. Projectile and damage, self-regen, touch or projectile and dig, projectile and wizard's autumn to clear leaves, that's a good one. Fast travel. Leap, slow fall, haste, gravity well, that's kind of a lot. Chiseled stone blocks. Why do I care? I really don't. Ventium torches. They are torches. Wake bloom. Don't care. Oh, Cereal blossom. Part of the purification process for Ventium dust. Don't care. Maybe if I make another component. This. is the lectern. Lectern is a component of the crafting altar. There's a lectern. It's a critical part of the crafting altar. Still no word on how the darn thing actually works. But it'll tell me about the calefactor. Magic level, mana, enchantments, burnout. Do I have to make an obelisk? Everything about this is such a colossal pain. That's not the obelisk. That's not the obelisk either. It is smooth stone and not brick. I made too much brick. Do I need an entry for chiseled? No. Obelisk. I already have the entry. Still nothing. Do I have to make runes? I mean, I'm willing to try anything at this point. New entry unlocked with runes. Maybe. Keystone. No. Incorrect. Spell grammar section, crafting altar. Still not telling me how to make the crafting altar. Throw a blank rune. The book itself is worth things. Crafting altar. See the entry on the crafting altar. I would like to do that, but you haven't unlocked it yet. I don't know what I could be missing on that front. I have literally all the components of spellcraft. Maybe I need a crystal wrench? For that I need Desert Nova, which I don't have. But I have seeds for it. Maybe I need a magician's workbench? I highly doubt it. It's not exactly an important material. A bucket of Ethereum? Maybe. I'm running out of ideas. this stuff. Desert Nova. Sarah Blossom, sure. Tarma can't do a thing with yet. We'll take the garlic. 3, 4, 1s, 4, 7, 6. We'll take that. Belladonna, destroy this one. Take the pumpkins. Going to need some sand. And a nap. Alright, let's let these crossbreed while we work. Desert Novas. None of these are weeds, they're all set to go. Sarah Blossom. And garlic. And belladonna. I can't really use this one because the water is here. I can do pumpkin right here. Our carrots and potatoes are ready to go. So let's get these identified. Old potato and new potato. Old carrot and new carrot. Three, 6, 7, 4, 6, 8. That's a winner. Destroy all the others. 5, 7, 5, 6, 5, 8. 6, 8. That's a winner. Destroy the rest. Carrots, potatoes, dirt, garbage. Potato. Carrot. These plants will just proceed apace. Now I want to go over here. I want that little cyan thing. Not the witchwood. This. Now a bucket of Ethereum. Does that unlock things? No. What am I missing? That's kind of complicated, and it takes a gold. Maybe I don't want to make that yet. The canister's fine, though. That just costs iron. I have iron. A canister is basically a super bucket. Except I can't pick up fluids with it. I can only pour them out. The only way to get fluids into a canister is with the hand pump. I'm gonna have to make one anyway. Didn't want to, but here we go. That was a gold and 2 redstone. Technically a 3rd redstone and 3 iron. Three wood, 4 cobble. Those are backwards. Piston. Is that everything? I think that's everything. There we go. Now, give me that. All so I wouldn't use up my bucket. I just spent, another 2 buckets worth of iron, just so I wouldn't have to use a bucket. But this holds 64 buckets, so definitely a worthwhile investment. Especially since I can make more of them. I remember there being larger pools of that stuff. The 2x2 and the 2x2. Ah, north. Also southwest to the woods. I think the southwest one. In fact, maybe I'll make a 2nd canister. There we go. A whole nother can now. For this other can, I was planning on scooping up this black goo, but it's probably smarter for me to go get lava. A time will come when I need lava, and that time is coming faster than the time where I need black goop. But lot of creepers out today. And there's that blitz. I want to go after that blitz, but I don't want to go after it with all these creepers around. I'll just use my mechanical straw to slurp up as much lava as possible. Setting myself on fire is just a nice bonus. Ow. Lava is a very persistent fire. Alright, lava tank is full. I went this way so I could go this way and get to the large pool of Ethereum. Fill up the other tank too. Alright, full tanks. Looks like the creepers are gone, and the blitz is still here. Get down here. Gotcha anyway. Turns out the creepers were still around. Who knew? Also don't mind the free string. So a tank of Ethereum, a tank of lava, which I'll put here, with the pump. We are no closer to knowing what goes into the crafting altar. I mean, lever. Nope. That's also a component of it. Oh well. I guess it's gotta be time to make machines. Where will I put said machines? Don't touch my cactus. I think my machines will go back here. It's, well, it's something anyway. Not exactly incredibly ambitious, but functional. So I'm cutting space for machines. What machines exactly? Well, a few of them. I need to start with a power generator, which is going to be the steam dynamo. Because, I mean, I could go magmatic, but I don't have any Invar yet. That's a higher tier metal. Compression is made with tin, but this runs on liquid fuel, which I have none of. Reactant is not only made of an alloy, it's really expensive to run. And enervation is a higher tier alloy and eats redstone, so that's just a terrible idea. So it's steam dynamo time. It is made from copper and a transmission coil, which is a silver ingot. So in addition to the little bit of gold we have, I'm going to need some silver. We also already have glass. That's good, because that's going to become necessary too. Oh yeah, and, you know, the copper. So we've got iron, gold, silver, copper, redstone. Some of those things are still coming. More silver is in the offing. Tin. Going to need tin. Really, with all the metals I suddenly and immediately need, I should have been cooking them sooner. But it just wasn't on my to-do list before. We now have wood ash and exhale of the horned one. For witchery. For witchery. Wood ash is good. Exhale is better. Exhale goes into some poppets. We'll get into those. This is what we need it for. We also need Breath of the Goddess, which comes from burning birch. Do I have a stack of birch? Not even close. this is a magic creeper. A special a special type of creeper provided by Ars Magica. It does something different. We'll worry about that when I get back and read the book. Whoa, what? I thought that sounded fast. Got his head. And no feather. Come on, birch saplings. Don't make me wait until I have a fortune tool. Once we get machining online, an automated birch farm is definitely one of the first things we're doing. Because I cannot stand having to go out constantly just to hunt more wood and saplings. Having them just kind of happen in-house would be so much more efficient. It's also a little bit galling that these two trees I just took down have dropped 0 saplings. Nope. One sapling. Ah. Okay, don't mind if I do. They're just popping up. I don't even want the wood, really. I just want the saplings. I am not making a profit on saplings. I'm just barely breaking even because birch trees are so small. and they do not have a large variant. Yep, automating this is going to be crucial. Although, once I get an altar going, I will then be able, I mean not the AM2 altar, I mean a witchery altar. I will then effectively be able to multiply saplings. Okay, I came out here with 10 and I'm going back in with 6. Plus 10 planted. Could be worse. Could have done worse. Let me roast 8. Put away some stuff. Put away this. Very important flour. Very important flour business. I have all this tin still on me. Need to get that cooked. We've got more silver. We've got the copper. Desert Nova. Important desert plant. Crafting altar. Still nothing. I'm pretty sure there's another tab here called Structures that is just not showing up. Okay. The steam dynamo is made with gears. Gears are made with copper and iron. But there's also the forestry gear, which is made from copper and stone. And stone is made from wood, and wood is made from sticks. Do I value sticks and stones more than iron? No. So there's a forestry wooden gear, up to a forestry stone gear, up to forestry copper gears. And we need the transmission coil, which is a silver flanked by redstone. Put them together, and what do you got? A steam dynamo for you. Requires water and solid fuel. How do we get water? Well, we could bucket it in manually, but it is significantly more efficient to use... Where is it? It's a tin machine. It should be here. And it should be one of these, but it's not here. All these things have funny names and always have. Fluid? No, not quite. This, the aqueous accumulator. guess it is still considered a framed machine in this version. It's supposed to be a tin machine because or a non-framed machine because it doesn't involve power. I also don't know how you can upgrade it because it doesn't use power. But anyway, gonna need some tin gears. Tin gears, also made from stone. 4 machine frames for machines. How many machines? Well, 1 for the accumulator, 1 for the redstone furnace, 1 for the pulverizer. Sawmill could be good too. Induction smelter's on the table, but I can't get there yet. Magma crucible is post-nether. Fluid transposer doesn't do a thing yet. Glacial precipitator, I don't have the materials. Igneous extruder, I mean, this one's really tempting. This is a useful machine. And it doesn't require power. Cyclic assembler is functionally garbage. Energetic infuser, not a huge deal. Phytogen, don't have access to that. So, 4 machine frames, 4 tin gears. I also have some other bits and bobs all over the place, which I'm not super concerned with right now. But the important thing is the 4 basic machine frames. There's our tin gears. There's our 4 machine frames. First machine frame needs to be the aqueous accumulator. 2 copper gears, 2 glass, a bucket. Copper gears, glass, bucket. And a pneumatic servo, which is iron and glass. There's the aqueous accumulator. This is, in fewer words, a water pump. Well, in smaller words, a water pump. The purpose of this device is to feed water into the steam dynamo so the steam dynamo can create power. The next thing we need, redstone furnace. Actually, pulverizer is more important. 2 copper gears, 2 flint, a piston, and a reception coil, which is gold, flanked by redstone. Let's just make a couple of these. We'll need them. There's the piston, the copper gears are beginning to get obnoxious. I mean, 8 copper per machine. And then some is not a small cost. There's the pulverizer. I don't think I can afford anything else because we're out of copper. But before we go too much further, I am going to need one of these, which we can't do because that's an electrum coil. So no batteries. Instead of batteries, we're going to need power cables. Probably a lot of power cables. For that, we're going to need some lead. The rest of this machinery stuff can be put away for now. Oh yeah, that's glass. We need more glass. And to make all of this work, I'm gonna probably need a single fluid duct, which is also lead. And the bucket. Fluid ducts are just water pipes. The temperate fluid duct specifically is a water pipe. You can try to put lava through it, it won't work. A fluid pipe that can tolerate lava is higher tier. I think in accordance with my usual traditions, I don't want to start on this side though. Usually what I do is I begin making a machine room on the leftmost and then expanding to the right. I can totally keep up the tradition if I place the beginning of it a little further down. I just don't want crazy mandrakes slipping through this tiny gap. So let's just make sure that can't happen. We will begin here. Alright, so here's how this works. The aqueous accumulator, or water pump, can either passively condense water out of thin air, or it can siphon water from adjacent blocks, minimum 2. And that puts it in active mode. Active mode, it manages to pull an entire bucket every operation, or apparently close to. Maybe I do need another bucket of water right here. It also makes this bubbling noise, constantly. That's just something we'll have to deal with. There's the steam dynamo. It fills with water. Our next task will be to fuel it, but before we fuel it, the power has to go somewhere. Lead, glass. Leadstone power cables. The bare bones beginners. Let's see, I can also use one of these. Iron and tin. The crescent wrench will become important. Very, very important. It's basically used like a machine mod wrench. It rotates blocks. And it's able to instantly remove or instantly destroy or pick up other blocks. So here we go. We have our steam dynamo pointed at the cables and our pulverizer. The beginnings of machinery. Where do I put this? Right there. Why not? It's a start. It's not a great start, but it's a start. Get some power in. Power will flood into the pulverizer. What good is the pulverizer? Well, the pulverizer is the beginning and most basic machine, responsible for ore doubling. So I can take this ferrous, and definitely some iron. It might be too much iron. I don't have a lot of power right now. We definitely need more copper. And so here's what we do. Blue for input, orange for output. Chest up there, chest up there. That won't open because chests are stupid. Insert ore. And it's not going to work because they don't automatically input by default. Okay, new plan. This needs to be a hopper. I should have known that. And hopper. Ferrous, copper, iron. What else do we need? We need tin in there. I don't think I need lead in there. But I will need silver in there for the future. And the way this works is it takes in one ore and produces 2 dust. Each dust can then be smelted to a single ingot, thereby doubling ore production. This is extremely important. Now let me see if... where was the crystal wrench? I know I got to it. It would be an item, but it's not here. Blocks... Logically, it should be off the obelisk, but it's not. Arcane Reconstructor, also an extremely valuable thing, part of the reason I installed the mod at all. It consumes Ethereum to repair items, which is amazing. That's not what I want to do right now, though. I'm looking for... You know what? Maybe it wasn't in here. I need the crystal wrench. 3 iron and a vintium and 2 flowers. I have no vintium. Because I used it all making the obelisk. And not getting the recipe. So we need more vintium before we can do magic. But it still won't tell me how to make the spell-making altar. This, though, this is coming along nicely. The pulverizer eats power. Power cannot leave the coil of the generator unless the generator is actively making power. Which is weird. But I guess if that's how you're going to write it, that's how you're going to write it. The other fun thing about the pulverizer is that it has a chance of producing what are called secondary outputs. So, copper has a chance of producing gold. Iron has a chance of producing ferrous. Lead and silver have a chance of producing the other. So it's better than doubling. It's ore doubling plus a potential free one. I should really... That's a silly conceit that always was. Better. With this all going on, oh, and still losing power, need to keep fueling it, because we don't have batteries yet. But I could. Because silver and gold make the electrum I require. We also have all this copper. Which will make us more machines. I should really have this output to the other side. Pardon me, you silly chest of dust, go here. And this is temporary. Once I get batteries online, this whole setup will be moved. Right, copper. Copper will get us to the redstone furnace, which is a more efficient furnace. I'm pretty sure it's more efficient. I have to do some testing. I've done the testing in other mods, but not this one. But the idea is, by default, one piece of coal in a furnace can cook 8 things. One piece of coal in a dynamo produces enough power to cook I don't know how many things in a powered furnace. That's something we're going to want to find out. Alright, so we need 2 brick blocks, a machine frame, 2 copper gears, and a gold coil. There's the coil, there's the frame. Need a redstone. So it's really the copper gears. And of course the bricks. Bricks are done. Now I have a basic redstone furnace, which can pull, like I said, you can see 0 of 2400. This is why modern cabling systems boast that their cables are not tile entities. Because every single cable is a mini battery. But now I can put in weird numbers of things and cook them without worrying about wasting power. They also cook significantly faster. That's just the basic furnace. Now that I have this, I can make a battery. With an electrum coil, a block of redstone, so it's redstone, glass, lead, and that makes the leadstone frame. Then it's copper and the coil, and that makes the energy cell. Now I need the wrench again. And now we're completely rearranging everything. Which is fine, because picking up things is lossless. They will still have all the power in them. Pretty much the only thing we stand to lose is the pickaxe durability for breaking stuff. I don't know where I want to put this. I think we will rotate you. Oh, it won't rotate because there's nowhere for it to go. Let me get another piece of flux duct. Put this here. The battery is now drinking all the available power. Apparently including the power out of here. Didn't know that was possible. And it still failed to drink all of it, so I don't know what was going on there. Anyway, configuration. Power in is blue, power out is orange, do not interface with power is yellow. So it takes in from the bottom face, outputs to the right face. The right face is all the cables. The bottom face is the dynamo. It can hold 400,000 power. Also, cut that connection. Stop that. There we go. Yeah, do not connect to that dynamo. Now we feed the dynamo feeds the battery feeds my machines. I still hate the way these cables are arranged. This corner bothers me. There's not much to be done about it right now. Pulverizer, furnace, hopper, output to the right. There's the chest. Kill these inputs. But hey, now we have a powered furnace. In fact, if I wanted to, I could continue this cabling to right here and replace all these furnaces with powered furnace and just have them in the right place. I need more cable for that though. I don't have that right now. Tin and copper also make bronze, which will be useful later. Ferrous mixes with iron to make invar, which is one of those later tier materials that we need. So you can cook that invar. Invar is strong stuff. Then we have all this dust to do something with later as well. But it's a good start. We're fueling the generator, we have the pulverizer running, we have a battery. All is well machine-wise. Maybe we can think about getting that sawmill online with more copper gears. Can I just barely afford it? I mean, sawmill isn't exactly a critical piece of machinery. What it does, I can't apparently show you from here, but the purpose of the sawmill is that it's an additional multiplier for wood. Normally you can break a log into 4 planks by hand, or apparently 3 if it's a rubber log. Well, if you run it through a sawmill, you get 6. It was 5 or 6, I don't recall exactly. And you also produce sawdust, which is useful for some other applications. Like making paper. There's the sawmill. Feed it some wood. It makes noise. We've got our in-bar. I need to pulverize more copper is what I need to do. Which we can do now. We can pulverize all the copper, because we have ample power to do all the things. There you go, have all my copper. Multiply all the copper with the nearly full battery. Now we have jungle wood, we have more raw rubber. I'm gonna have to do stuff with this rubber too. That's got to be on the docket. Mine Factory Reloaded uses rubber wood to make factory machine blocks out of plastic, which you get from raw plastic, which is from smelting rubber bars from raw rubber. It goes down a bit, but you get there. The point of the factory machine blocks is that that's how you make all the machines, like the planter and the harvester, which together can create a tree farm. Unfortunately, they're kind of expensive power-wise. Also, the harvester is made with gold gears. Yikes. Rancher. Grinder kills mobs. Breeder breeds mobs, as you expect. Composter, I forget. Sewer. Sewer's weird. You put sewer underneath a mob farm and it produces liquid poop. I'm not even kidding. Sewage. You collect sewage, and I don't know what to do with it from there. But you can collect sewage. Sludge boiler. Sludge boiler is not terrible. It takes sludge, which is the black garbage that I wanted to tank a while ago, and it consumes that black garbage and creates a bunch of like dirt and clay and basically junk items. And it's also a dangerous machine. You kind of have to bury it because it poisons everything within a certain radius of itself. Yeah. Mind Factory Reloaded has a lot of things that it can do. Most notably is the Slaughterhouse to Laser Drill. How are those related? The Slaughterhouse kills animals and turns them into liquid meat. It also creates a small amount of pink slime. And if you can split off this pink slime, that's an eventual ingredient in not the laser drill, but the laser drill precharger, which the laser drill will not function without. And the laser drill is one of the original void miners. It fires a laser beam straight down to bedrock and magically creates ores from power. Well, what? Ferris gear. Is there like a book I can make? There used to be, or at least there will be. It's weird. it's that time thing again. I guess the book was not just developed yet. So we have this, which is, I guess, something else entirely. Anyway, I want to get to a point where I can run the planter and the harvester. But that's going to take gold gears and Invar tools. And that will automate birch trees. Speaking of birch trees, we have 8 wood ash and no birch fumes. Not a good start. We don't have enough birch saplings to continue the process. I'm also running out of sticks. I've always liked the fact that the redstones, the energy cell has a giant progress bar on it, so you can tell at a glance how full it is. And if you need to re-up the battery to keep the machines going. Look at all this copper. Would you like a stack of copper? I shall. Let's also make an Invar axe, which is a bit stronger than iron. Then we'll have Invar on hand. We got more birch. This will get us into more birch saplings, which might get us the birch fumes that we need to make the witchery altar. The problem there is that once I make the witchery altar, I don't know where I'm going to put it. Well, I do know where I'm going to put it, but but the area is not prepared. The Witchery Altar itself is a very, very weird block, because it charges and draws magical energy from the amount of nature that's nearby. And the way it defines nature is very open-ended. Basically a bunch of plants and wood blocks and other things. You can boost it by having your farm nearby, but it's most efficient to boost it by literally digging into the walls and making giant battery reservoirs of pumpkins and melons and other nonsense. Each type of block raises the maximum altar power by a certain amount and is capped at a certain amount. And that's a whole thing. It requires basically its own wiki. But conveniently we have pumpkins. Also, decent amount of birch saplings. I'll have to reinvest some of them so we can grow more. But we're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere with the birch situation. And I think we've turned a profit. Of course, some of this profit was also related to random chopping down more trees in the forest, but I'm not going to knock it. Profit is profit. In the wild, unregulated capitalism simulator that is Minecraft. The world is entirely mine to exploit and slash and burn as I see fit. Which is kind of hilarious because one of my main goals right now is to get access to a nature-based magic mod. But we won't talk about how to unlock the nature I destroyed the nature. Ooh, lots of saplings here. A nice little bounty. There's another one. And another one. I've almost got a half stack of earth saplings. That'll be useful to burn. Hopefully that will give us some birch fumes, since 8 didn't. There we go, half stack. Let's get these in the oven. And then I think that will do it for the day. Half stack of birch in the oven. Lots of assorted woods to do wood things with. Sawmill this one. Cook this one down to charcoal because we are running low on fuel. And use some of the charcoal to keep the power fed. We're producing 80 a tick, and we're using 20 here, and we used to be using 20 here. Pretty good efficiency. There's some copper. The copper will get us more machines. The other thing I'm going to need for this cauldron setup is netherrack. Because netherrack burns forever and the cauldron needs a heat source. I might be able to use lava, I don't actually remember. But I guess we can certainly try. Ah, we already have some birch fumes. In that case, we will close out with a statement of intent. Statement being the intention to create a witch altar. That's 8 stone bricks and oh no. Never mind. Rowan wood does not exist yet. I guess this is fine. I can prepare the ingredients. We need Rowan wood specifically, which doesn't exist. To get Rowan wood, I need to make Mutantis, which is mandrake, exhale, and egg in the cauldron. So I do need a boiling cauldron after all, and test whether or not lava works. I've got to get a bucket of water in there, which I'm going to have a water source nearby that I can bucket from, because it requires lots of water. Lots. You know what? Didn't this lead right to the farm, the water sources? Oops. It did. So I can pull my water from here. Three buckets per. Now, does the lava do lava things to it? That is looking like a definite no. It should be boiling. Well then. It has to be fire. Which is a colossal pain. Because the only burnable blocks I have access to right now are destroyed by the act of burning them. It also means I need a flint and steel. Which, frankly, I did the whole time. But here we are. We also need more iron. Make it happen. Okay. Time for budget witchy nonsense. Light the fire. It bubbles. Mandrake. Exhale. Egg. All I need is for the fire. The fire has failed me. Alright, let's do it with a log block. Okay, the magic is magicking. Put out the fire. And I can still do that again. I would love to have like a water pipe, piping water into these cauldrons, but considering the sheer real estate I need for chalk, that's just not going to happen. Alright, relight the log again. 1, 2, 3. The magicalates. And we get 8 mutandis. So this is our setup right now. This is our ghetto witch brewing nonsense. We can brew things that require no power. And this gets us on the way to brewing things that do require power. So now we have mutandis. Not much, but it's a start. It is a start. And what we need to do with mutandis is mutate some plants. I know, I said I'd shut down, but this always happens with me. I get excited. Oh no, hang on. I can't do this without shears, because there's a chance I could mutate something that requires shears to harvest. A fairly good chance, actually. Alright, let's see what kind of trouble we can get into. Sapling. Rowan sapling. I'd say that's a fantastic start. Poppy? No. Grass? No. Lily pad? Not great, but I'll take it. Alright, while we're on the subject. Existing flowers. Dark oak. No. Grass. Alder. Also a fantastic and necessary tree. Dark oak. Oak. Lily pad. Fern. Mushroom. Not great. But we did get a rowan and an alder, both of which are... It's 2 of the 3 necessary witchery trees. I'll just plant the alder. I believe rowan has an exceptionally wide canopy, so I'll just put it here where it has room to sprout. And that rowan sapling will grow into rowan wood, which will allow me to finally make the witchery altar. And then figure out what the heck I'm going to do with it. Which sounds like the perfect dilemma to leave myself with until tomorrow. So once these oak leaves finish decaying and we get the saplings, that will do it. And I am going to have to make that egg farm. Hate it. Hate it. But can't make mutandis without eggs. And I can't get eggs in bulk without a chicken farm. I wonder if I could get away with cramming chickens into just one hopper instead of 2x2 hoppers. I mean, this is before entity cramming, right? Anyway, that's all the leaves. Time to get inside, and we have what we're doing for next time. That rowan has got to grow, and then we will be able to make a witch altar. And for that witch altar, we'll extend this ladder down and build a room directly underneath this one. Probably a couple blocks down so the fire doesn't catch any of the wooden blocks that we use to amplify the altar power. But yeah, I'm putting my witch altar either directly below this or right in this wall. And I don't like the idea of putting it in this wall, but, you know, could do. Maybe I should put it in this wall. The more I think on it, the more that makes a lot of sense. There, altar space. And that sets out what I plan to do tomorrow. Until then.